$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Bachelor Covenant, breaking 7 seals. Yeah, brother and sister, that's causing a big problem for them. Because people are asking, y'all not go and take that measure? They're losing people over there. They're asking, how come you don't get that $5,000? They get all kinds of crazy answers. They run out of answers over there. Very confusing. They're losing people. In a few more days, he's going to be totally cast out. Farrakhan. He says he's doing what he claims. He is what he claims. Let's be easy. Let's talk about things first. Then to get to my main, talk about all week. And to do it today. Get distracted. In Thessalonian, it tells you a temple. That there'd be somebody sitting in Elijah's temple. Tend to be something they're not. The work of Satan. There'd be people listening to him. Those people that was listening, they had no love of truth. We see that. Because they have no explanation of what they're talking about. They have no verses in the Quran or Bible that validates what they're saying about Farrakhan. None. But we're dealing with demons, agents, just plain idiots. They cannot and they cannot support what they're saying based on what Elijah Muhammad taught. Because with Farrakhan's message, we're not going anywhere. That means not the devil. And worship flesh. That he's the Messiah. He can't prove any of that. Totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Totally. That's Elijah Muhammad's core message. The message, the Messiah or Son of Man, as well, can't you add 2 plus 2? The message said he'd be self-taught. That couldn't possibly match from Muhammad, is it? Because Elijah Muhammad told you that he was taught by his. So where Elijah wasn't self-taught, he was taught by Master from Farrakhan. I mean, he wasn't self-taught, but when he appears to be someone self-taught, can't take the credit. That's one clear example of that no one could have taught him the Injil. He's the only way he broke the seals. No one else could, because no one else knew it. He couldn't have taught it to him. It teaches itself. That's the core message for this reality these we're in. It's the knowledge and the wisdom. Clear. No one knows but him. Self-taught. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Go to the normal shitstorm. Let's go. It's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it. That somebody be me.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Their brothers and sisters, they do this all the time. We can prove it. I'm talking about that a little later on, right? About what we should be expecting right now. Because they have no idea what's going on. They want to revert to the Quran, and they don't understand the Quran either. That's who the jinn is. That's who the Dajjal is. They couldn't tell you. Golden calf is, they could not tell you. And I tell you these things. However, in the Bible, you go to Book of Daniel and Book of Revelations, they have no idea. They're guessing. But why are they talking? Because if you're guessing, people's lives, and we're told this is the time of unprecedented trouble, and our people's lives are in balance. Why are you out there talking and you don't know what you're talking about? That means you got a severe chastisement coming. Most severe. When I say that, brother says, I mean it. Who's going to bring about this great chastisement? That's what the Son of Man is going to bring upon them. Say, you don't know the Son of Man. You don't know Suleiman. He's the judge. Woe to those, tells you, says, anyone that this rock falls on, be broken, be crushed, rather. Anyone goes resist it, it be broken. Anyone resists, be broken. Anyone that falls on, will be crushed. That story, read about Joshua. They don't want you to know. They give this fictitious Jesus who loves everybody. He's crying and he's praying for everybody and he loves everybody and all this stuff. Not what it says. That's the story they give you. He looks like, oh, a little, flower child or something. He looks so innocent. That's the story they tell. The scriptures give you. That's not the scripture you get. That's not what you're getting in the Quran either. Most fierce chastisement. There's no playing there. Nobody's playing. No one's playing in there. It tells you about Joshua. Was the most cruel person you could ever think of to his enemies. Absolutely total cruel. He had no love or compassion for them at all. He used to start by Amalek. They wiped them all out. Their children, even their cows, and everything. Take their children's feet and knock their damn brains out. To his people, especially his sisters, be loving and very. It's a racism thing. I have no problem when people stand for their race. You're supposed to. I mean, think about it. See, they say stuff like they said Sunday. Pain is the author of creativity. Okay, well, if that's true, that means then God's the creator, according to you. That means he must have been in severe pain. See how stupid it is? How stupid it is? He must be in severe pain. No, pain is not the author of creativity. Pain can cause you to create something to get rid of that pain, but it's not the author of creativity. They say anything because they're stupid people. Change is author of what changes one author of creativity because things change, so you need to adapt to the change. That means you got to make. Right? You're constantly creating your reality, constantly recreating it. It's not, I told you, universe constantly changing. To adapt, you got to constantly keep recreating your reality, recreating yourself. Upgrade. Because things are constantly changing. If you can't do that, then you get lost. at the point that you can't do it anymore, that's into you. There's only one person who will make it all the way to the end. Satisfaction brings about a change. Well, that could cause creativity. That's still a change. Dissatisfied with the way you are right now, so you want to change because the universe is constantly changing. So you can't. With spring, you like the spring. Summer's coming in. Okay, well, you got to adapt to the summer. So there's some pain involved. Pain can cause creativity, but that's not that's not what it's saying. Mother of creativity. No, it's not. Anyways, move on. I mean, I could critique that. I mean, I'm going to get to my I'm not going to get sidetracked today. Move on. Okay, well, here we go. Come to shitstorm, brothers and sisters.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We are family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. Love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
See if they keep smiling and they're forced to literally eat the shit that they've been serving out. Really. Oh. There will be no mercy for them. Should they be laughing then? But that's not Elijah Muhammad's message. Give anybody $5,000 to show me anything that Elijah Muhammad wrote, or anything in the lessons to justify what he just did. If it even come close, give $5,000. It's just for anything he said. Everything he said, lessons, Elijah Muhammad, where he talked, was totally against everything that Lion Dog just did. Yet he says, oh, we represent Elijah Muhammad. We represent Master Muhammad. They say, oh, and they start off in the name of Allah, and then proceed to lie. Lie. What do you think is going to happen? Maybe they just don't believe I mean, I told people a long time ago, in my youth, I understood that. I said if a person doesn't believe in the Bible, doesn't believe in any of that stuff, right, they can make a lot of money just be a preacher. Just tell people they want to hear. They don't believe it anyway. Is that a symptom of what's going on over there? Because I know they don't believe in Master Muhammad. They don't fear him. What do you think? Elijah Muhammad said Master Muhammad was fierce. You might see a picture of him he looked like a easygoing guy. He said it was fierce. And he said he didn't talk idle talk. Muhammad said every word he said was measured, right, and had a meaning, had a purpose to it. They didn't talk idle talk. He talked mathematically. And if you you want to communicate with Master Muhammad, you would have to give him the mathematical. After all this time anyway, or no? You're not going to go, hey, assalamu alaikum, brother. How you doing? No, it ain't happening. That's this world. Good morning, all that stuff. But when new way of thinking, you have to talk on a mathematical level. You're going to be like somebody come around and babble in the counter. You think so? You put them aside. You talk themselves and babble in the counter on. He's called retarded. You don't respect them. You don't even have a conversation with them. In this society, right, they cater to them. We won't have that in our society and the rest of us. I'm going to tell you, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Let me a couple of things, then we'll get to my main point. Again, that's what the Benjamin is all. That's what it's all about. In society, it's all about money. It's an illusion. That's how they think the universe works. It doesn't work that way. That's why I say money is the root of all evil. Because it's a distortion. It's not the way things work. You go for money, you think that's giving you power. It's not. That's destroying you. But you don't see it that way. I mean, he's got $1 billion. And here's just one simple question. You got a person like Trump, for instance, right? Almost 80 years old, 80 years old, right? You take Farrakhan, for instance. He's pissing shit in the bag. So you got $1 trillion. $1 trillion. He's pissing shit in the bag. I mean, he's incontinent. That's what I'm being told. So here you are, you're homeless. You're homeless. Eating out of garbage cans. But you're 20 years old. He's 89 years old. 80, well, he's Farrakhan is 90 years old now. Somewhere around there. You think he wouldn't change place with you in a heartbeat and give you that $1 trillion? You think you take his age, you have his $1 trillion, he'd be homeless at 20 years old, eat out of garbage can. You think he wouldn't trade place with you in a heartbeat? Think about that one. What good is that money? Elon Musk going to be the first trillionaire. Is that going to stop him dying? If he get cancer, is that going to stop him? That money going to help him? It's an illusion. I can prove it, but it's part of the illusion that's keeping you here trapped, clinging to this world's life. Illusion. But you understand how pressure works. I keep telling people, but they don't understand. And you tell them, they don't listen. Plus, they don't know how to apply it. That's what I call applied math. Just getting it. Remember, that's one thing. Like somebody, they remember how to add, subtract. Then they go to the store and they give them a problem they didn't get in school. They tell them, 5 plus 5 is 10, and 10 plus 3 is 13. They remember all those, right? Then they go to the store And the guy says, well, $5 for this, $3 for that, $7 for that, and you got a coupon, so we're going to subtract $3. You lost. Because you didn't see that problem in school, because you don't know how it works. All you know is remembering. As long as they give you problems you remember, you're good to go. You know, you see a child and you say, how much is 5 plus 3? 8. How much 3 plus 5? Blank. That's the way people are. It's something like that because they don't care. They clean this world's life. They clean this, and it's easy for them. Because if you're under the devil's spell, it's easy. At least you think it's easy. You have to think. You have to think. Just do what he tells you to do. Go to work, pick up those boxes, put them over here, put them over there, right? I give you a paycheck, right? Pay your rent. You get your cars, you get back and forth to work. And that's not thinking. That's just doing what you told. He's doing the thinking. Right? You just do it. You like a robot. He's doing the thinking. You just following through. But look at your life. How you look at the situation you're in. You're just doing what you told to do. You told to pay the rent, pay your bills. We say work hard and keep your nose clean. We did that. We was that. We took all our costs and that didn't help us. You're not thinking. You're just reacting. Someone else control the action. Reacting somehow. See, your thinking is you reacting to your thinking. But now you react to someone else's thinking. You react to your thinking. Everything's all thought is a reaction, but you react to your thinking. Well, I'm not going to get to. See, I know somebody going to come at that one, right? Everything's reaction. Thought is reaction, but your reaction to what your understanding. Because remember, you're taking input in, you're taking sight in, you're taking sound in, all these different things. You say okay. So now you correlate all that stuff. It's okay, and then you formulate an action based on a reaction based on the action that you receiving information getting in. Or somebody's controlling that information, right? You react to it, but they're the one doing the thinking. That's you. So here in Devil's Land, they're doing your thinking for you, and you're not thinking. You have no idea how things work. You don't care how that cell phone works. You don't care how that car works. You don't want to know. You don't care how that video works. You don't care how anything works. All you want is you follow is easy, so that you don't have to think. That's where the devil wants you. Now, people in that situation, Farrakhan makes you stay in that situation. Because if you was thinking, there's no way in the world you would be with him. Absolutely no way. If you think you're thinking, then you're deceiving yourself. But you're not thinking out there. You can tell. Once you're a thinker, then you can tell. Like I said, those in elevated places, talking about the Quran, they know all by their marks. Person that's thinking can see, like the person that got sight, can see everybody else that's blind. You may think, well, I know how to get around because they don't know anything about sight. See, everybody in the world is blind. Well, they would get around. They wouldn't have cars and stuff, right? Because they can't see. That wouldn't even be thought. They be doing things. They be, whatever they design to get around, pain or whatever, getting a hot dog or whatever. I don't know. The person that got sight, they can see him clearly. They can't see him, but they can see them clearly. They think they're taking care of business because that's the level they're on. Taking care of business for that level, sightless level. If their eyes came open, they would see right away, man, this got a whole new world here. You'll see in a minute, you'll be forced to think, and what you do with that thinking, but see, how you going to be forced to think? Because the devil's not going to be able to do your thinking for you anymore. You've been on this spell for 400 years, He been doing his thing. He wouldn't allow you to think, and now. So, but Master Muhammad came and said, "You got to start thinking." Muhammad, same thing. But the point is, Elijah Muhammad was doing the thinking. But people around him wasn't thinking. It was following his example. That's why they fell with Farrakhan. It wasn't thinking. They had the lessons. They were just looking at it, talking. Following Elijah Muhammad, doing what Elijah Muhammad told him to do. So when he left, they sitting there like a deer in the headlight. What do we do? And Farrakhan comes and say, "Hey, I do the thinking for you." There it is. History. But he has control. Your mind. None of you out there doing anything. You think, oh yeah, okay, whatever. There's one clown. He talking about the Moors used to control. They say control all the nations, the earth, or whatever. His last name is Miller. I said, oh yeah, well they were. They're gonna take control again. The damn name show will be Miller. I said it's all wrong. Everything says all wrong. Moors never control the whole planet. The Moors control. It was black. Northwest Africa. And people say Morocco. That's why I call them Moors. But Moors also another term for black in Spanish. They controlled Spain for like 700 years in northern Italy. That's why those people had dark skin and. Yeah, well, maybe not dark skin, but dark hair and dark eyes. They defeated in 1492. See how they're talking, don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's what the problem is. They're out there blind. They pretend they can see. They know they can't see a goddamn thing. I can see. If it isn't cozy, they put a little cushion on the tip of their cane. So you can't hear him tapping. But you hear him tapping. Why are you tapping if you can see? They put some cushion so you can't see him tapping. But but you ain't going in. You ain't doing any more than you was doing before. In fact, you're actually doing less. God take you up to a greater level than Elijah Muhammad did. In fact, you're behind. And now you're talking about do for yourself now after 40-some years. And then made you rich. They're blind. They said the blind, leading the blind, tell you that. All those clowns, they're all blind, every one of them. They want to convince you they can see. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Because what they're doing, they're fueling their own destruction. But this is not a joke. You've been warned. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. That's how it be severe. Not a joke. We do with mathematics. You see, you'll see one day. See, the devil's in a few more days. The devil will not. You won't be able to. You won't tell how to get out of this. You won't do the thinking for you. The only way you're gonna get out, you have to think. So if you haven't been, say you've been comatose 5 years, sitting in a bed, hospital bed, comatose. Suddenly somebody say, "Fire!" Everybody abandons, right? Hey, what you gonna do? You can't move. Now you're gonna try to move, but it's gonna be very hard because you didn't try before. I told you it was a fire. Now you can't move in the fire. And now your ass gonna burn up. But you're sitting there. Or you have the nurses taking care of you, doctor taking care of you, just laying there, everybody wiping your ass and everything. You're sitting there. All of a sudden, the day comes and fire. You expect them to come in. And they ain't come and take you out. They're trying to get out themselves. Man, it's a fire. Get out quick. They ain't got time to go pick you up and all that stuff. Now your ass in flames. But you rather lay there. Instead of trying to move, get up, move. None of you out there want to think. You don't want to think. Don't give me that, all that crap. You don't want to think. It's obvious to me, you know, because I see him thinking, and I can see, like I said, anyone that looks at people with Farrakhan, they look at Elijah Muhammad's literature, Look at Exodus. Look, you say right away, anywhere in the world they could be with that man, with that thing. It's impossible. There's no way in the world. If you was a thinker, there's no way in the world you could be a Farrakhan. Absolutely no way. There's no way. The people with him, even demons, or tell idiots, or just say agents. And even if they're agent, they still, well, it could be had to be a demon, because otherwise, if they're agent, not a demon, they still not a thinker, because they did say, man, let me get the hell out of here. Like when I was in the military, I didn't know any better. I started thinking. I said, hey, I'm in the wrong place. I got the hell out of there. Really? And wait. Not thinking. And that's why it hit the angels like it is, because it says, that's how you know. That's how you pass the test. Because you have to be thinking, because that shows you thinking. If you start breaking those things, that shows, that's evidence. If you go to school and get a test, right? You take all you want to, but then the test comes, right? It says, well, I know mathematics. Here's a test. That's 5 times 3 times 4. Uh-oh. That's thinking. You ain't thinking. Move on, brothers and sisters. And they ain't thinking, but they getting that money. Benjamins. No, you ain't thinking. Hey, I can see. You can't see a damn thing. Just give me money. I'll tell you what's going on. I'll guide you. You give them the money. You think they can see. They don't see any better than you. But now you got your money, though. Come on, brothers and sisters. I'm thinking, okay, well, if you deceive yourself, what you tell you, that's the proof. You start getting that engine, start breaking those verses down. That's proof that you're thinking. You can't do that. You're not thinking. Just do what Master tells you to do. Things of the earth. Divine instructions. You can't build anything. You can't build anything. You do what Master tells you to do. Will you? Did I? I have my own business. The Master said, he has some control, of course. We're here. The control of Master Muhammad while he was here. Man, if you don't realize it, be what Muhammad said. They threw Master Muhammad in jail several times. Because you're here, that's where we get the hell out of here. We got to get out. As long as we're in here, they have some control over us. The degree of the control is how much, they're going to have some degree because you're here. Because how much control you can manage, take for yourself, that's less control they have. They're going to have some as long as we're here. Operated. I used to, like I said, I have my own business. I have my own contracting business. And when I go, and they'd be brothers, and sisters, they'd be employees. Make a little bit of money. I used to try to talk to them. Man, you know what you can do? Oh, man. Oh. Okay. I get in trouble, too, because they could, why are you over there? They actually, they've asked a few times. Oh, they asked a few times. Why are you over there talking to them? You think white folks won't ask you stuff like that? They asked me. I know they were saying, they couldn't come out and directly say it. But I says, this brother over there, he don't know. He just doing what they tell him to do. A lot of them didn't even know how to do their job. That was curious to me. But they didn't know how to do their own job. And it took me a while to figure it out. It has affirmative action stuff, all that kind of stuff. They bring them in, and everybody knew they didn't know anything. See, I was thinking, it was like, see, we nice these niggas, they don't know nothing. It was like the little pet in the shop. I'm serious. And I used to go, I said, hey, brother, you've been here 5 years, you don't know how to do this? Let me show you how to do this. Because you keep on asking the white boys, they laughing at you. You ask, can't you figure this out for yourself? You've been here 4 or 5 years. And I get more back from them than I get from the white boys. They would ask me, why you over there? And they got a kick out of that because here it is. See how dumb they are, man? He been there 5 years and he still asking questions. He still don't know how to do this, do that. Anyway, move on. But they tell you, but you don't understand it because you don't know a thinker. They tell you the lamb will be a thinker because that's what it required to break the seals. He broke seals. That we proved that he's a thinker. One brothers and sisters. Okay, let's get to. I'm gonna get to a couple of things, but I'm gonna get to my main point. That's the blood bath. Hold on, I got a little sound situation. Let me correct it real quick. Give me a second. Okay, brothers and sisters, I want to talk briefly. There's so much to talk about, brothers and sisters. I prepared a couple of presentations, worked a few days. There's so much to talk about. Sometimes, like I said, I end up being distracted. You know, I mean, self-distraction. But I get off the point because I start talking myself and I say, well, there's other things I could bring up. Anyway, enemies. Now, if we track, let me say, they don't know the scriptures, they don't understand anything. First, you have to identify, like you got a compass. You have, first of all, you have to orientate it. So, you know, where's west, which where's north, where's south, east, and west. Otherwise, map is not going to do any good, right? You got a map, but you don't know which way is north, south, right? Anyway, so instead that we just quote the scripture, Levi is a very big part of it. Well, you know, read the book of Daniel. Well, it depends on what book you read. I mean, they come at different ways, but they're all saying the same thing. Let's just track. You got Abraham. Let's track from Abraham. Abraham has these two sons. Ishmael is the oldest one, and Isaac is the youngest one. Ishmael was his maid, and Isaac was by his wife, Sarah. Her name was Sarah. So God blessed Abraham and said, okay, he blessed seed with Sarah. But that didn't go down well with Ishmael. He says he's the oldest. We see that story over and over again, saying to Esau and Jacob, where the inheritance doesn't go to the oldest son. Then we find out some reason why it does, because it's not so clear up front. So they get angry, Isaac, and then you get the story about Joseph and his brothers. It's the same story. And they decide to get rid of Joseph, Isaac. Then you get the same story about Abraham sacrificed Isaac. I'm not going to that part of it. I got a whole presentation explaining that. Good, but I will get distracted if I do. That's powerful. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Let me move on. There's so much there. I mean, so much there. Tempted. Oh, I'm tempted. No, let me move on. It's hard. Anyway, So they take and they end up betraying them to Egypt, or the enemy, which we know Egypt represents America. You understand that? They betrayed them. They took the inheritance. They took the land, the language, and everything that was supposed to went to Isaac. They took it. So threw him off, expect him not to come back. The whole idea was they wanted him destroyed, because they actually said it. And one brother said, "No, just don't kill him. Just put him in a deep hole or something." That's why it's telling you. See why they tell a story like that? They tell you that their intention was to just get rid of him totally. They said they want just all the brothers want to kill him. Just one brother said, "Well," which would end up doing the same thing. The reason why I say it like that, because they said their intent was to get rid of him, kill him. That's their brother, half brother. Then we get the same story in Daniel. As I said, they knew Daniel, they would be talking when they're talking. But Daniel, we see the holy people represents the Arabs. They cut down this tree. It was a great tree, right, that covered everything. That was Abraham. Abraham. They cut that tree down. This holy one, cut it down. Had a band of iron and a brass around that's enslaved the tree. He was cut down to a stump. Then persecuted by brass and iron. Now, when you understand Daniel, you understand the story. So, show you Ishmael, a mortal enemy. The intention was just man to love for us all. They want our inheritance. Who has our inheritance? If you understand who we are, we say we see Abraham, then we know our inheritance. God doesn't tell you that, but our inheritance is. So you can back into these stories. Our inheritance is Arabia, between the river Euphrates and the river river of Egypt, right, which is Arabia. Look at any map. So who has that inheritance? Who has that right now? They say they see Abraham, which they are. See, a story comes so clear when if you could think a little bit. Right? Because they saw that bone statement, they took it inheritance. So who has it? And where are we? We're in captivity. That's a story, isn't it? They did it to us. Who has us bound in captivity? False Israel and America, Gog and Magog. That's who they are. You're right there. Right clear. That shows who our enemies are right there. Farrakhan said, "Oh." Then listen to Farrakhan. Now, if you understand that clearly, they say, what's Farrakhan's idea? No, Sunnis, our brothers. We want Sunnism. We want to get over there and we're going to practice Sunnism. Oh, wait a minute. Don't you realize they're our enemy? And synagogue saying they ain't evil. It's the bad ones. That says. America and Britain, man, they're our brothers. We love them. This is this. I don't want to see them happen to America. We're going to stay here. Cut down. Who cut us down? See? Well, when they cut the tree down, put that brass around us, they was the primary enemy. They cut the tree down and put iron and brass around it. They put us in that situation and took our inheritance. That's exactly what you see going on right now. That's why they can't talk about Arabia, mention the covenant. Can't talk about that. Because if you get that, if you do anything, you say, "Oh, well, wait a minute." Because they tell you these stories, they tell you backwards. So no matter how they tell you, do thinking right away, you see it, get it. But they tell you, "Yeah, we see Abraham," well, right away. Which one are we? We're the one in captivity. Okay, how do we get in captivity? It says, the story says, our brothers, half brothers, did Ishmael. That's what they say, and they actually say that's where they are, over there. That open that is, or you can open your eyes. That means they have taken our inheritance, and we're enslaved, and they're the ones that did it. They're the ones that orchestrated this whole damn thing. And our captors are Gog and Magog and the Antichrist. This whole is here, bound us in this situation. And they said, well, if I can hold it, why are you telling us that, the devils can be reformed? They're not an enemy. Our flag, our brother. And soon as we need to be getting with them. But why are you serving us? You're like a wolf that deceived the lambs, and now you done chopped up a couple of lambs. And now you're giving lamb chops to the rest of the wolves. See? That's what you're doing. Benjamins, we're eating our people's flesh, now you tell us, put us in the hand of enemies. But one look at that, you say, we don't bow with them. The enemy, they're open enemy. Someone said closed enemy. Well, for me, it's open enemy because I know who they are. But that means what's telling you is that, like you hold a balloon underwater. It's still underwater. That means the force is still there. So if we're still in condition, that means they're still behind it. Now he's over be with Trump today. They're all together. They're paying Farrakhan to make sure you stop talking about you return home that you didn't want Joseph to return home. Hey, Joseph over there, hey, we pay you. Tell Joseph, don't tell him about home. Don't tell him about his inheritance. Don't tell him we stole his inheritance from him. We're his friend. See? We're his older brother. Well, don't tell them they're our brothers. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that we have their inheritance. We have their land, their language, their culture. Don't tell them that. Because it belongs to them. We stole it from them. Threw them in captivity. But I can't tell you that. And if you pay attention, you see it's serious, clear as hell. That's what the story tells you. How did we get here? Who's our home? We see Abraham like they say we are. It means our home was in Arabia. You don't have to go look at the covenant. How did we get here? Who has our land? Who's possessing it right now? Who's possessing our religion? Who's possessing our language? Who holds us here? Who beats and oppressed us? There's a story right there. It's clear. Does Farrakhan teaching that? No, he's teaching just the opposite. If there ain't devils no more, it's our problem. It's sinful. We force come over here. We need to bow down to the Sunnis. He wants you to bow down and go over there. Bow your head down behind their ass. Go with that. He don't pray. You goddamn right I don't pray. Pray to who I'm supposed to pray to? If we're gods, who supposed to pray to? Now, Muhammad didn't pray. You did that bullshit. Tell you he didn't pray to anybody. Muhammad never taught that bullshit. He recited history for 6 to 8 hours a night, walking back and forth. That's life. Like Muhammad said, he recited history. And what history he had? It's our history, but at what aspect of it? I don't know. That's what he's lied about. He didn't say he was reciting the Quran. I think that's probably what he was. I don't know. I can't say. Look, that's how Quran is also history if you understand it. He didn't pray to anybody. He didn't do, when Elijah was here, we didn't sit around there and do any Friday prayers either. Master Muhammad never said we had to bow down and kiss his ass or serve him. That he's our uncle. So you want to hold on to that bullshit? Hold on to it. I'm doing okay. I'm 76 years old. I'm doing okay. They want your Jesus come and smack me down? But you better hurry up. Anyway, brothers and sisters, the story is clear. Just a little bit right there. But why is it's not fair? I'm telling you that. Because his mission is to make sure we don't understand who we are and that we don't return home and take and claim our inheritance. But he said we don't have an inheritance. And that what he says? And we ain't going home. We ain't going back there. He wants to stay here. So we don't have an inheritance causing him. So why would he say that? Who benefits from him saying that? Answer, who benefits from him saying that? That's a question people ask. They like tractor money. Who benefits from him saying that? They do. If they start land, they always do too. They keep in the captivity because they get the fruit from this tree they cut down. It will produce fruit. So hey, who benefits? Do we benefit from that? No. His back Pharaoh can't benefit because he's getting adulation and everything else, money, and to do that. He loved the devils. One brother says, okay, look at a fake Messiah. Now, I'm trying to keep this simple, brother and sister. See, first you have to understand, you don't have to understand anything. You can stay stupid if you want to. That's your business. There's a consequence to that. I'm not here to make you, to get you, to impress you or to take and convince you of anything. Give information. Information is valuable. It's life-saving debate. Like go to the doctor, give you some elixir to heal you. Oh, doctor, well, you take this stuff here. Take this pills here. They give me something. It's worth something because it heals you. So it's worth the healing that you got. So if you were suffering like 1,000 units of energy per day and suffering, then that's how much it's worth to you if you remove that suffering. So everything is receiving pain, cost to that, and you want to relieve it. So, well, let me put it just. I'm just. Well, you have to keep up, brother, because said they keep breastfeeding you. The bottom line is we all get the same amount of energy. Understand that? It's about pressure. And you understand it. The angel. Anyway. So if everybody gets 1,000 units of energy per day, 1,000 units of energy per day, everybody's what you have. That's the way the law is. Everybody has to have 1,000 per day, no more, no less. So if somebody take 200 from you, that means now you got 200 units of positive energy. You got to get the energy. Remember, you got to have 200. You have 2,000. You have 2,000 per day. You have 2,000. Let's just keep it simple, 1,000 per day. Somebody take 200 from you, it means you won't get 200 back. You got to get it back because that's the law. Universal law. That means that's $200 worth of energy. There's energy for everything. But you also have quality energy. So say, for instance, you walk along and you run to this mine, you go and you start digging it, find some gold. But now your gold, you're digging that gold belongs to you, right? you may take the quality of your energy now instead of you're getting $2,000 worth of energy a day. So now it's in the form of gold. As long as you take no more than $1,000 worth of gold out of there. Oh, so now you have to use gold for everything. That's the form energy takes, and you're getting it. Right now, I'll move on, brothers and sisters. So the thing is that oversimplification, brothers and sisters. Say, for instance, you go and you give somebody $200 worth of gold. That gold something. That's the form your gold, your energy is taking out. That means now you got $200 worth of positive energy come back from that person. So if you give them gold, maybe they give you $200 worth of silver. Everybody's balanced. Anyway, they're beholden to you. 200. So that 200 come all kinds of, may come back silver, or maybe they'll work for you. They'll be nice, they'll do things for you, whatever. We're up to $200. Because you're investing in them. That's what bartering is all about, because bartering is like, say you got a sheep farm. Okay, well, you got sheep, but but you need vegetables too. So you go to that person that has a vegetable farm, you say, okay, here's the sheep, and you give me so much vegetables. That's the way life works for us. One person doesn't produce everything they need, so we have to take and say, okay, that's what this crowd is getting at about, do good to others. But anyway, that's another story. So we do that so we can get all the things we need. They say, okay, well, you get 200. So maybe you need somebody to fix your house, build a house. So you give them $200, and they say, okay, start doing $200 worth of work to help build your house, whatever. Understand? So now you have that amount of control over them. They got to give you $200 worth of things out. I'm going to give you a very simple thing here. So say, for instance, you got this gold and forget about gold. Say, man, the gold belongs to you because you dug it out. And you got $200 worth, $1,000 worth, so that's all the energy you have. In gold, good to go. Say, everybody's out there sick. You're going to cost some kind of herb or something. And you say, if I grow this, you put an effort in, right? And get this to people, they're going to heal them. So you're taking your energy and you give it to him, it's a healing for them. No, it has cost to it. Say each one is $100, so now you get, you $100 because it was your thoughts, your actions that produced that. Okay, so now you did this. Say, for instance, everybody's well. Then somebody, and now they got to give you, right? Return. That's your investment. And give you a return. So there's 1,000 people out there. You gave each one $100 worth of energy. You got $100,000 worth of back to you. If then somebody steps up and say, "Hey, you didn't. I'm his boss, whatever." Because they said, "No, he's not the one that gave. I'm the one that gave that to you." If you don't know, man, because maybe for whatever reason, right? They can say he's your boss, whatever. They convince you that no, that came from them. It didn't. It came from you. Now that $1,000, $100,000, right? Energy that's probably come back to you. That person's taking it. They're saying that's them. So now you constantly building up. You're not right. You still got all this positive. You got this positive luck now. So this continues. They keep doing this. They come another cure for something else, another cure. Over the years, you keep building up. So like maybe it's $1 billion now. This other person getting all the adulation and everything. They say, I'm the one. I'm the Messiah. All this coming from me. So they respond to him. They're doing things for him. They build his house. They're doing this to him. All praise be to this guy. Adulations, right? Respect. All this he's getting that belong to you, because it's everything costs. So the people should respect that. It's energy. They take. Okay, so now you got like $100 million coming to you. Positive energy. This person, they're getting it. That means they got $100 million worth of negative energy. They think something belongs to them. They just see the people thinking that the people giving them, they should be giving the other person. This keeps going, and the person gets worse and worse bad luck, worse and worse bad luck. They start getting cancer, and the children start getting dying, and right? Friends start, you know what I'm saying, all this stuff start happening to them. Children. Because all that negative energy they develop, and people still give it to him. But actually, he's been the person that's actually, he's whooping their ass. But every time I take something along them, he's whooping their ass. It's getting worse and worse for them. They take something that should have went to author of it. Let's cut to the chase here. This is what I talk about in Malachi. Because you got 4 people there, same people in Exodus. The God, you got the messenger, you got somebody cursed with a curse, robbing God. Then you got messenger of the covenant. Same thing you got in Exodus. God, Elijah, Aaron, who's all another bad news. Then the messenger of the covenant, Joshua. Okay. Aaron was bad news. He ended up getting his followers killed and himself too. Wilderness. He didn't get out of the wilderness. So who's robbing the nation there? Well, characters. It ain't Elijah. It ain't Master Muhammad. It ain't the messenger of the covenant either. The one after Elijah. Messenger of the covenant, get you home. That's Aaron. It's curse because he's robbing God, tithes and offerings. Why would you get that? You get that because that's reward for paying for doing for a service somebody rendered you. He was taking credit for that when it wasn't his. I'm the Messiah. So now everybody's, oh, Farrakhan, Honorable Elijah, I'm a Farrakhan, and listen to him and getting the money and adulation, all that kind of stuff. Who the Lord consume and spit of his mouth. Destroy the brightness of his coming. So the process. So remember, he's being consumed. The process. Every day he's getting more consumed. There's more than consumed spirit of his mouth. So he's putting the truth out on him, folks, that he's not the Messiah. So it's getting worse and worse for him. So it builds up so much, he's destroyed. It says, who the Lord will destroy with the brightness of his coming. So why is brightness and destruction together? Because at the time that the stand breaks, remember he got $100 million worth of energy. It's actually bad luck for him because he was taking something that belonged to him. It actually belonged to the messenger of the covenant. But at that point, when remember, it's getting bad luck, so after a while, it's so bad, it destroys him. He's right now. Sitting, pissing in the bag, talking about God told me shut up. It says, why it says the bright? Because all of a sudden, that $100 million finally goes to the person that says the Ancient of Days, he sets, when the other was cast down, he says, and everybody clean comes to him. Same thing in Mark. They come to him. Same thing in Exodus. Those with the Lord, they came to him. They left Farrakhan in an instant. He's destroyed. He's on death's bed right now. Destroyed. So suddenly, everybody realized that he wasn't the Messiah. At the point of his destruction, they recognize, that's said in Mark, they recognize as coming as the Messiah. They come to say, that's why it says the brightness of his coming, the two together. Destruction and the brightness of his coming. You're going to witness that any day now, brothers and sisters. Those clowns out there that's been, they're going to come around and say, oh man, no, I ain't no, fuck that. I ain't hearing it. Oh man, no, no. Too late. But if you didn't know, just tell me I should shut up. Why are you talking? Yeah, I talk that because I want you to make sure you get the full flavor about what's happening to you. Ain't gonna be, we're gonna spank you. Little booty. Then we're gonna fuck you up. That's the payment. That's the most grievous chastisement. So we get you to see the flavor. But you want to talk Farrakhan? Oh, he's what do you call it? Statistical fortitude, all the bullshit. Okay, you go with that. No. Give you a little flavor about, because nobody's going to hear what you're saying. Oh, Wes, so it shouldn't have been saying anything. But people are lost because of you, of your bullshit. Well, did you read? If you know somehow you shouldn't be talking. This is this. He's laughing. No, nobody's going to hear it. They said be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Oh yeah, you're going to be weeping. Nobody's going to hear it. There'll be no forgiveness for you. It's too late. Too late. Because all you had to do is read, and you wouldn't have fell for him. You see? Let's move on, brother and sisters. I'm going to get to that's the fake Messiah. He's getting all that attention that belong to him. He's saying that he's the one. He produced many men march. What? Like God, I was behind that. Well, how come it failed? You see any result? Everybody's it's worse now than it was before. I'm not going over the details, brother and sisters. He's the Messiah. Look at him. He's cursed. You don't call that a curse? They blew his ass up with some radiation pills. They put the shit in the bag. He's incontinent. They still lying right now. Oh, he's okay. He's well as he can be. Well, show a picture. He didn't say God told him don't show any pictures. Show one picture. Just show a picture. Show a picture of him sitting up in the bed. They can't. He's fucked up. There's with a curse. And that war resumes, that's the end of it. As it says, accuse our brethren. That's all he does is accuse us. Accuse. Why? Because he blesses follows the devil right there. Ishmael, Wesley, Dr. Wesley. What the biology says about that. We can prove it follows that. He even say he admits it himself. We got him admitting it. So what the biology says about that? Oh, well, that's why devils ain't devils anymore, because God made you in the womb. So it don't matter because even though you follow the devil, God made you in the womb. You got to go into some anti-mystical zombie world. The clear biology says seed. So he's not seed of Abraham, is he? Seed of a devil. It means he is a devil. Wesley. That's why brother's so confused all the time. You know how Wes confused he looks all the time? You try to talk strong. See how you be talking in a minute. This goes down and the people turn again. They're going to turn against you. They're going to throw your ass out. Hard. I'm not going to do it personally. They're going to do it. The people are going to turn against you in a minute. In fact, they're turning against you now. You're having problems right now. I know what's going on over there. You're having problems right now. You can't hold on to them. That's why all over the internet now, all of a sudden, oh, Farrakhan. Why don't you present him? They're going to turn against you hard. They'll tear your ass up. Wesley, Ishmael, Phoenix, Silas, they're going to tear your ass up. Because the point is, like if you comatose and find you're trying to get up, see, they don't have a mind back yet. They operate on this devil mind. So they're going to be accusing you, blaming you for every damn thing. You're the reason. They're going to tear your ass up. Slowly. Oh, slowly. Real slow. They seek death and not find it. Seek death and not find it. Those days men would seek death and not find it. Oh, you got something wait for you. Wesley. NX. Yeah, people got something waiting for you. Consequence, you ever heard of it? Putting God's name on shit. Pretending people who they and you should know better, and the lesson totally going against the lessons, putting God's name on your lying bullshit. What do you think, Master Muhammad? How do you think you feel about that? You're gonna say, "Oh, I forgive you, brother." Really? You better think again. And Muhammad said that wasn't what Master Muhammad was about. What's the letter say? He wanted to kill them all. You're showing no mercy at all. I said, get rid of them, all of them. Don't waste time with it. You want to give a reward for killing some of them. How can he make it clear? What do you think Elijah? See what did Elijah do with Exodus? He got mad. He tried to burn your ass up. You see anything Exodus? Be merciful. One time you see that in Joshua, Jonah, they said, well, give him a little more time. They don't know the left hand from the right. Then that ran out, and then that was your ass. And the people, they're going to be they get a hold of you. They will seek death and not be able to find it. Step back and watch how they deal with you. You've been lying to them. Benjamins. Go on, brother and sister. Okay, I'm gonna go straight to my president. I'll never get to it if I don't just. It's showing how energy, discipline, all this. How we're getting it, how the devil's losing control. We're gaining control. I already talked about that yesterday. I want to get to my main subject here. First, let's do this. Distortion. You see here? And this is a major story. I'm just hit this because I've talked about this quite a bit, right? Now, three things they don't talk about. Remember, those who believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other. It says for them, it says most grievous. That means it's a chastisement beyond anything that you ever comprehended. Most grievous, a time unprecedented trouble, be unprecedented. I said a chastisement. But you can't imagine what it is because it's something that you never seen before and that you never witnessed again. For those who believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other. Now look at this. They talk about this verse right here. Oh, I sent a messenger. They acknowledge this verse right here in Malachi. I sent a messenger. Prepared the way before me. Who is to me? That's the Lord. Same Lord says, who could sue the spirit of his mouth? None of son of perdition. Same one. Prepared the way before me. The Lord whom you seek, that's the Lord right there, shall suddenly come to his temple. Right? That's Elijah. He had temples, he had churches, he had mosques, he had synagogues. temple, even the messenger of the covenant. They tell you Elijah, last messenger. Is that what that say right there? He says, no, the messenger of the covenant. We should be seeking. He will come to Elijah's temple. Right? He shall come. So God said, they don't doubt about this. Behold, he shall come. The Lord of hosts. That shows another Lord. That's like Lord of hosts. There's different lords. Right? Isn't that the Lamb called in Revelation, the Lord of Lords, the King of Kings? The Lord by a lot of people. The Lord you seek. That's the messenger of the covenant. Right? But they say Elijah, last messenger. That's not what it says there. Lord, you seek that Lord. Shall suddenly come to Elijah's temple. That's in the covenant. They never mention that, but they mention the messenger. They mention God, but they don't mention that part. It's right there in Malachi. Why don't they mention that? Why don't they mention that part? Why? Let's look at the next part they don't mention. Because they're all connected. Let's look at the next one here. In the promised land, now remember, he's the messenger of covenant. What covenant? Well, here's the covenant. Same day, Lord made a covenant. What Lord? What Lord? It's not the messenger of the covenant because this is before he was born. Same day, Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, until I see, this is the covenant now. It says covenant. It means his word. Until I see I've given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river Euphrates, which you look on the map, that's Arabia. Period. Okay, that's the covenant. But they don't talk about that either. This is right here where they talk about we 400 years in slavery and everything else. They don't talk about this part. In fact, Pharaoh go further. They said we ain't going nowhere. He's calling God a liar right here. He's also called him a liar in that first one back here, previous. Calling God a liar because he says, messenger Elijah, the last one, ain't nobody come after the messenger. He's calling it, because he said, God said, the Lord said, the messenger come. He said, no, ain't nobody come after Elijah. So he's calling God a liar there. He's calling him a liar here. Both places. Both must connected. One is the messenger of the covenant, and one what's the covenant he's the messenger of. They never mention it. But they mention the other part of it. But they don't know it, because remember, above this is about 400 years and everything else. And then look at this. Now, after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, it came to pass. So what Lord? They just Lord again. Be careful, this Lord. And the Lord spake unto Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. So now if they ever go rise, go over to Jordan, down on our people. Remember, that's over Arabia. Until the land I do give to them. Remember, the land to give to us is give the children of Israel, talking about the Levite. The land was given right, it tells you right there, Arabia. It tells Joseph, Joshua, he's the Messiah. Hey, okay, take him home. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, I'll be with thee. So he's connected Moses with the messenger of the covenant. What happened to Aaron? What happened to Pharaoh? I pass him. He ain't with him. He's the man. He's the one. He's Aaron that deceived the people and worshipped the golden calf and got them all killed. His followers. He's the one that's cursed with a curse. Because he could bypass him and go straight to Moses. What happened to Pharaoh? He said, Messiah, he's going to take us home. Why pass him? Go straight to our first Satan's. Amen. Stand before thee. All their life I with Moses, I was be with thee. Two messengers. He was the messenger, he's the messenger. He's the messenger that prepared the way for this messenger, the messenger of the covenant. Not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Be strong and good courage, for unto thy people thou shalt, for unto this people shalt thou divide for the inheritance the land which I swear unto their fathers to give them. That was Arabia, in America. They were not going anywhere. But he's a demon. His father's the devil. He wants to stay here. He's not see Abraham. See those three right there. Why don't mention? They're all connected. You got the messenger of the covenant. You got the covenant and the identity of the messenger of the covenant. All right there. All scriptures that they recite, they talk about, but they don't talk about that part. Even part of the book and disbelieving the other. Come on, brothers and sisters. Okay, now let's get to my blood. How did he get there? I'm just jumping a little ahead here, right? The apocalypse. Armageddon is just European war party apocalypse, right? We see the eagles here, if you understand Daniel, that represents Gog and Magog. We see the goat over here, which is the leopard, has 4 wings, 4 heads. And the reason they tell you that because 4 heads are authoritarian, 4 wings are democracy. So we got China and India together because the leopard, yellow spots. I mean, yellow is yellow or brown spots. China and India again. Can't even go wrong with that. It says that India is democratic and China is authoritarian. That's why the 4 heads and 4 wings. There's also the wings on the eagle wings. Also, they're democratic. It's right there. It's all in Daniel. And they go to war with each other. That's going to happen. Once that war breaks out and resume in the Middle East, right? It's going to trigger Armageddon. It's going to trigger, right? This war here. The China and India is going to, leopard's going to attack the rams, going to attack America. We won't be here. Levites will be. They won't be when the attack goes. They'll be attacked when they arrive. I mean, they'll be right, ready to leave when they arrive. That's why I said it's part of the Red Sea. Right here. And the lion says the lion that represents Africa. There'll be some African nations that aligned with them. What's going to happen here? Getting to the chase. Let's go to the actual bloodbath. Okay, so here we go right here. I think I got it right. I took a lot of time putting this together, bro and sister. So if it was wrong again, I'm going to stop it. Seemed like I put these together and checking and things going south. Here we go. This is Europe here. This is Arabia. This is Arabia here. Excuse me. This is Arabia here. China over here. Africa's here. America and South America, right, so forth, so on. So this is about to happen. Iran and forces is about to go at it. What's going to resume? Everybody knows it's coming. Right? And it's going to be a bloodbath. King of North is going to come out. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath in false Israel. It's going to be a bloodbath like you can imagine. I keep saying it right in the obituary. There's a consequence. But what they're doing right now to Gaza is going to be done. Going to turn the table. It's going to be a backfire. They'll be doing to them. They'll be starving them, beating them, and killing them, and slaughtering them. They're going slowly though. They're going to torment. They're going to just shoot them. They're going to impale them. They're going to Gaddafi them. They're going to cut them up. Starve them. They're going to get their pain. Those people don't forget over there. What they're doing to the so-called Gazans right now, that's going to be turned on them when that war resumes because Iran is going to take down false Israel. They take it down. The Arabs in Gaza, the Palestinians, they're going to take control of false Israel. Surround us. Put them on siege. We're going to starve them for a while. Put drones overhead so everybody can see. As the Bible says that some eating their fathers and some eating their sons. Everybody can see. They're eating themselves and they're starving to death, eating themselves. They said they drink their own blood. Some said it'd be so bad they eat their own flesh. After everybody get a good picture of that, and they go for that little while, then they're going to close in. You get personal revenge. Will not be at night. Castrating men. They're doing them. That's doing. They say raping the men over there sometime. You know what they talking about? I mean, aside from just actual rape, taking poles and stuff, ramp there behind. That's just this thing. This the video they got going now. I feel them. Oh, it's going to be horrific. Horrific. That says men's hearts be failing for fear those ends come upon the earth because the powers have been shaken. So they saw this, and they was coming here. So this here would be race war. Race war. These are actually Europeans down there because of Isaac did not cheat Abraham against Armenians, which are original people. And on the paternal side, the Master Muhammad turned white because but they were original people. And that's what's going to happen. The war resumes. It's going to happen fast before Christmas. Go together. Now it's about to take place. Or it's going to resume. Bloodbath. Then, after that's, House of Saul is going to be fighting. We're going to be fighting on the side of false Israel. Their main focus is going to be false Israel. Then once false Israel is neutralized, then they're going to be fighting House of Saul during this time. It's total, but they're going to be totally focused at a point when they fight both with missiles and things like that. This is going to be hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat with House of Saul. Hand-to-hand combat. False Israel is going to be technology, missiles, and carrying on. House of Saul, that's going to be ground to ground, toe to toe. The bloodbath. The Sunnis against the Shia. Religious war. That's going to be worse than the so-called racial war. Religious wars, they're the worst. They're the worst kind. Everybody think they got God on their side. Who of them think Allah's on their side? Outside, they got a problem. They got C-bomb in their ass. All they did to us, consequences come back at them. We ain't got there yet. They're going to tear their ass up. That's called the dragon. Dragons, angels. Who's the dragons, angels? I can make America, Britain, Israel. Getting that? I'm not getting that today. Anyway, it's going to be a bloodbath. Because the Sunnis, they're thinking they're defending Islam. They're defending Arabia, defending the Kaaba, defending Allah. Now they like to burn themselves up, kill themselves, and blow themselves up. Oh, they're going to be doing all that. No restraints. No restraints. Vicious. Vicious. They're going to think the sands of Arabia is going to be soaked with blood. Soaked with blood. Soaked with blood. Soaked, literally. But the infrastructure is not going to be destroyed. You're going home and that Farrakhan tried to tell them that a while back, right before they disappeared. Oh, the Ravens going to be, no, that infrastructure is not going to be, it's going to be about in the deserts. Infrastructure will not be touched. But what they build over here for you, it says, in my Father's house are many mansions. It says, when you return home to build that you have not built. That's our stuff. And Master Muhammad can make sure it's not touched. Because you're not going home to live in sand dunes. They got beautiful mansions over there. They built out. That's our resource. That's our oil. All that belongs to us. Remember? So now we're taking it back. The battle's going to be in the deserts. So when you return home to luxurious buildings, luxurious mansions, luxurious. Now, I had this person that was a neighbor. He was over here on a visa. His wife. He went back. He showed me pictures. He was just a regular guy. He showed me pictures of his where he lived at. They subsidize all that stuff over there, right? And his toilet was made of gold. Ooh. He was just a regular guy. Check my sound. No. Like I said, this is my call. Remember, the message of the covenant, he gives the kingdom to Master Muhammad. He sets it up. Then turns over to him. And his kingdom for the next 6,000 years. That's what it said. Ancient of Days, puts the kingdom together and then gives it to him to rule. When we get there, our word is bond and bond is life. Get there when sisters get there. Because I've been thinking about this real hard. I don't control the mother plane. That's where I'm at. He's the God. I don't control him. I don't tell him what to do. I don't control him. I ain't trying to. He's the God. These sisters here, small children, pregnant, whatever, right? Anything said about they go when I go. They ain't gonna go through tribulation. We just get them together on the other side. They got small children, they pregnant, whatever. I can't see them putting through tribulation. I know what purpose tribulation is for. Right? I can't see them going through that. I can't see them going through that. So that's another story. I'm working on that. Anyway, when you get home, sisters get home, brothers, you wait. You done your job. You took care of enemies to secure sisters. When you lose, you're going to find the place you lack. You lack. The man you lack. You find the ones you lack. Your sister's yours. Baby is yours. Not ours, yours. We're going to make sure nobody fuck with you. It's yours. You deserve it. Hereafter is yours. We're just going to make sure it's secure. Nobody fuck with you. It's yours. You're the boss. You are heaven. And once you get what you find what you like, then you call us. And we'll be there. I'll be there first. Call on me. Sister, call me. Sister, I'm there. Right? These sisters, boy, Muhammad said, they are heaven. They are. Once you get home, you cure them and cure their children, and you're going to see, you look in their eyes, you're going to see something you never saw before. You're going to see stars in their eyes. You think I'm kidding? You're going to see something you never see. But you don't see that now. Why should they respect you? You're going to see stars in their eyes when they see you, look at you. Because now you're worthy of respect. And they're going to look at you. You're somebody, like you're somebody that take care of your business. Take care of your children. Secure them. Security. Destroy their enemies. People that raped them and beat them. Now, they look at you and see, that's well. See what you never saw before. Move on. And bloodbath. Then going, I'll make I got the region. They're going to try to support, the Sunni. They're going to throw them out the region. Once it was going down, Sunni's power is broken. That says that when this won't happen to the power, holy people are broken. It's broken. There's no. Remember, they didn't want to host all they didn't want to host all the military, all the Gog and Magog's military. They're posting everything else. They're broken. They can't withstand it. They got to. There's gonna be a bloodbath in them too. Once get caught, oh boy, they don't want to get caught. Remember all the torture they was doing in Gitmo? People ain't gonna forget that. Oh, we don't torture anybody. It was torturing those Arabs in Gitmo, torturing them. What they call them, waterboarding them and everything else. Worse than that, cutting them up and everything else. They ain't forgot. Anyone they catch, oh man, they're gonna be going in flames, running out in flames. That's on fire. The ones that able to escape. The sands of Arabia is going to be soaked with blood. Soaked. whole thing gonna be at war with all of them. All of them. That's over there. One heaven. Michael's angels fought with the dragon's angels. That's why Muhammad's going to back up. He ran up. That's why they've used their nuclear weapons. We got the video. We're told to talk about it. They say every time you see these planes, they're all around their nuclear sites. Then once they leave, the nuclear sites don't work anymore. They had. I didn't put it in here. I might have it. I'm not going to show it. Right? They say they show an active picture of it. They sent a Hellfire missile, hit it. It's like mosquito bite or something. Didn't even phase it. It blew up. The Hellfire missile blew up. That was over in Arabia 2 years ago. There will not be a nuclear war. They will not be using nuclear weapons. The only place will be nuclear America. That'll be when China and India, when they finish what they're doing here, they're going to blow this place up. They want to radiate it because they want to make sure that there's no way they're ever going to rise again. Because they building all these underground cities. Oh, they got underground cities here in America. Did you know that? Don't you know they got unsound? I like this. Still. Oops. Microphone here. They got underground cities right under the White House. In case there's a war, they can go underground. They got underground cities. They got this underground place where like Jay-Z and all of them. Ain't you heard about them? They buy all these underground little things they can hide if there's a war. Food and everything under there, cities under there, all under America. A lot of nuclear weapon stuff because they figure if there's a nuclear war, they'll hide under the cities, and then after they come up and they take everybody. No. Ooh, that's why I say Babylon be burned down. The nuke it, make sure everything is wiped out. They got underground, they tunnels over there. They got tunnels over here. You think they tell about they got tunnels over there, and America can't build tunnels here? They got tunnels here. Deep. Because there's nuclear war, they could survive it. Some of them want it. They want a nuclear war. Because the whole idea, they want to bring in a mechanical universe. That's another story I talked about it a while back. I'm not going to get to it now. But they know they can't survive this biological system that we have right now. Can't survive it. That's why they try to build this cyborg thing. That's another story. Let's move on. Move on. Bloodbath. Soaked in blood, all the region. Soaked in blood. The blood behind the horse's brow. Then what? Then here you go. Now you got Russia and Europe against Gog and Magog. They're going to turn against. They're going to turn it. That's Armageddon. Going to trigger Armageddon because they're going to run out of the Middle East. Why is it going to trigger Armageddon? Because Europe depends on oil from the Middle East. But they're going to have total control of the Middle East, total control of everything. They got total control. They defeated Sunnis. They got Arabia. They got all of it. And so now Europe is cut off from all. So now that's why chapter 18 said their economy collapsed overnight. They're talking about Europe. The economy collapsed overnight. America follows, but theirs collapsed overnight. That's what they talked about in chapter 18. Collapsed overnight. So therefore, they don't have no access to oil. And they can't get Russia anymore because what America set up. So now they're starving. Total economic collapse. Only way they can get oil now, they have to make nice with Russia because Russia has oil. Russia will not collapse. Because if you understand chapter 18, I got a presentation about 2 or 3 years back. Maybe I should do a recent one showing that Russia will not, I said it for years ago, before I even had this war in Ukraine, that Russia will not be impacted by the total economic collapse. They have plenty of oil. So Europe will have to take and make nice with them so they can, because their population is going to be at their throats. They can raise the economy up. But that means they're going to have to turn against America and Britain now. They're going to blame America and Britain because the reason why they're in that situation, because they didn't want to blow up the so-called, what they call that thing, that thing they have with Russia where they blew up their get the oil thing they had, whatever, I can't think of. So now they're gonna turn against America. America got hundreds of bases over there. They're gonna be all in jeopardy, but they're gonna turn against. And they got all the bases in France and Germany, all the places over there, and so they're gonna turn on them because they're gonna be with Russia now, because Russia's gonna fuel oil. They're gonna turn on America. So now all their bases, they got tens of thousands of people, all their bases in jeopardy. There's that and getting slaughtered. Now America got to rush to try to save their mommies over there, or their men over there. Now the only oil they have is they don't have access to oil to the Middle East. They only have access to their own oil. They have to accommodate all oil and say, no, we got to use all the oil for the military. They're going to declare martial law. All the economy's going to shut down. And they're going to have to, because you had all the oil that's available, have to use it for the military to go and fight over in Europe. That's Armageddon, European war. Armageddon West. Armageddon East would be in America. So that's what's happening. The first four seals are talking about America. The 1/4 of the earth, that's what they're talking about America. That applies to America. There's going to be a bloodbath over in Europe. They're going to be getting their ass kicked. They have no friends. They try and protect the soldiers they got over there. Bring soldiers over there from America will take a while because they got to put them on a boat. What a disaster. They have to use all the oil they have for the war. So that means there won't be no oil here in America. A total economic collapse here. And they're going to go cannibalism. That's what said. Women going to be eating their own children raw. We're race war here. And there was a race war. Remember I said it was a race war between false Israel and Iran. And there was a religious war between the Shia and Sunni, and an economical war between America and Britain, and they were trying to control the oil and and resources over there. And they were always defeated. It says, men's hearts feel of fear, those things come from the earth. So the same thing's happening here. It's going to be a race war here. Once the economy collapses, race war. When they see false Israel going down, they're going to realize, because the whole idea was to keep us from understanding who we are. That's why I said false Israel up in 48, the counter Elijah Muhammad was saying. But now, to keep us from realizing who we are. Once that's going, we realize we treat Abraham, and then eyes open, and now we see what enemies are. We see what Farrakhan is. We're possessed by demons. We're become by demons and devils. And the jinn, right? That's religious part, the jinn. Demons. Also, false Israel. So my identity, everybody's got a piece of us. That war goes on. Total disaster. So we have total disaster here. Total economic collapse. And you can't really be able to run all the stores, or you won't be, stores be empty in 5 minutes. You want to go anyway. If you went to Walmart and was able to get in there, first you had to get in there, and you're going to be fighting for everything you grab, somebody's going to snatch out your hand. If you manage to get something in a basket, try to come out, you're going to have people wait for you, say, wait, we ain't going to go in there and fight. We just take, anybody that comes out, we just take from them. They get a problem, just blow their damn head off. It's going to be terrible. Unprecedented trouble. Strange thing. And they're going to be attacking you. Because they feel you to cause all this. It's a race war. You got a religious war. Remember the dragon stood by to devour the child's born? Soon he's going to attack us. And now they realize that we know who we are. That we're really Isaac. Suleiman's taking control of the NOI. He's broadcasting this truth all over the world. This gospel will be preached all the world, and the end will come. We tell them we come in, they're going to try to stop us right here, nips in the bud. So they're going to try to stop us right here. We got a religious war. We're getting that in a minute. Race war was against us. And a demon war. They're trying to force us to stay here and help them fight for this country. Hell no. We out here. They want to fight. No, we out here. And war with them. We have to get them out, separate them out from us. Go on, Bronson. I'll check my sound because I didn't lose it.
Demons.
Bloodbath here. They're here. Attacking the saints, attacking the Nation of Islam. Sunnis attacking it. Maybe, but excuse me, this is still Europe. Bloodbath in Europe. Bloodbath in Arabia, bloodbath in Europe. And you got blacks here, you got demons, blackface race war. You're going to attack all these. You got the Africans over here that's on visa and carrying on. Then you got the original people. All here in America, all the blacks in America, they're going to attack all at the same time and take any chances. With bloodbath. All blacks. All blacks. I'm not showing that here. But, Magog, they're going to be taken out very quick. There's no story. Go on the way here, wipe them out very fast. One more down the country. I show it right there. And then got original nation. They fighting the demons in America. That was in the demons. That was in the demons. Bloodbath. Falcons. Recognize. Got the African blacks. They joined in the fight. They attacked America. They attacked America, the demons, all black. It's going to be Obama. You see. They're going to rally around him because they're going to attack the African blacks too. They're going to unite. They're still fighting. See, it's Islam, Levites. After that fight, they are going. They start moving out. It's during a time what? They start. Gamers are gone. Yeah, that's when China. Have the demons defeated, they take the country. Get it? Love America. They're fighting with the blacks. We're out here. separate them out. Then, and South America. Nuke it. Burn down. I said, that might be burned down. Not bad, bros. Nuke. Throw it. On. That's being burnt. Here's bloodbath all over the world. Europe, East, Hope comes from China, India. He comes from the west, feeding that such a land that has to become over the Pacific Ocean. Ram came from the east. Two horns, American Britain. Goat, India, leopard is the goat. Overheads, wings. Authoritarian wings represent democracy. That's to horn, goat. Anger. Some bronzes. Okay, that's it, bros. I'm gonna let it go. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work, and they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. Certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist. Well, I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
Those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. There's one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly were with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't think it was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza. We make it 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis. Gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Yeah. He stole his land and murdered his people. And of course, the native people here when the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza is just a reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They brought women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mateship? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbons off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war, they finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
How's he gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. Your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are bunny rackets. Inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system. People. And they will put up all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, none of the homes, or our parents here, they stood and said, it is a parent. And the whole I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and hiding chained themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they took their stern that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who have proven to them every vow from their native land that they were going to be West Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the witness. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are believing this is church. My brother, this is very hard for the people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and beauty yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought to that will. You know what? Turn your face from your ordinary life and turn it back towards our Christmas house and our home. And if who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. Do you feel? Actions. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to that arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arm, salvation for your son. The white man said you opened. Remember that. How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here bunny rackets and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system. People. When they were put on all the shores of North and they should Jesus none homes for our spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent in the old wisdom. I wanted to return with the hands stretched out towards that ship and tiding chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they took them, staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be West Indies that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was made in Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is curse. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Trying to save the very minute that brought fully subject to that will. You and I. Turning away from your ordinary plan. And turning it back towards our prison house and our and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. They're trying to make love with the people that destroy you and your parents. Do you feel active? And even today, there are beating and shooting down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that was. They know your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arms, to the for your son. So I said to you, remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Passion of Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and We found him home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Found him home after 40 years. It's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. Said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Affiliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it's not that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with from slave master. They're not devils, they're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's your promise us. You got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for massive. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and we prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big man massive, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, in schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they say, oh, wait, now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later. It's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they're doing the farmers said, oh. So then, massive, what's happening here? How come no? Crap. It turned out that the rain they gave wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now so what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. Now it's empty. She said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, and you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you got your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What's you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, we've got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's your situation comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. I fly a plane and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you doing this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you coming for? Now, so she says, you said you want 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, house full. And you have to keep, they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan's, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So man, I said, man, said, you don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so he gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because if you're going to set rest, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about rest, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells us, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too. No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell it. They tell all the people, all the white folks, right? All the black folks. All the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? Say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Which is not printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they would do that? You've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling you to fall town because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all it's worth nothing. You still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was all happy with now, it's probably worth $1 million. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications. You don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. If you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. They call it Traveland. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back, work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, bro, blacks, they was in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America any place, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And then you see that's anything on the phone, he told the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. We saw them in Revelation, we saw them that said used car, they turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, get a big picture. Leaving, the blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, the devil's whooping their ass. Because they thought you think they would give you some land to take care of you? They didn't want to do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it was? 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do all that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight, they come out, they close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One goes out of here, and those groups that's here, they're gone, and our hands are clean. They gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored a contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's all man you was promised, you never rejected it. So then you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? But it's okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of him. And I said, go out there and take care of you. But he was right here. He was working at Popeyes. And then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to give all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. I just got a call. Well, really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16? They're begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh, no. And he went and asked, Master Fard Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the pastor said he's called him and he passed away to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did not have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would you please come and get him? Don't tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money, you got Farrakhan here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straight out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want an idea, reparations, we told you. Soon on by, he was a message to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was a Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those back. They came in, all that came in to me, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it, somebody help me. We can't do it. They're master help you, we won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we please send some food. They begged him, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm not sending a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. Just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get it, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that, and he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please send us some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.